Oh, sorry. I guess I had the voice off. Sorry, was I muted all this time? That's awkward. Because if so, hello, John McLovin07. Thanks so much for showing up. And thank you so much, Darko Gamer, for feeding me. Appreciate it. That's very awkward. Yeah, that's what happens. But I was saying, so today we're going to be working on, oh, is there ads? I'll wait for the ads to finish in case you guys have ads. We don't know. See, that's the issue. That's the issue. Okay, well, so that's that one. The decals, but we still haven't quite figured out in the case of the exploding barrel. So when we trigger this, the spawning of the explosion does not appear to be super reliable. I've gotten like 10 ads in my life using Twitch for many years. I think my country just isn't worth. And what country is that again? I know usually East Asian countries, many people from there aren't getting ads. Croatia. I went to Croatia once. I went to, I think, Milna. It's, not... Yeah. I think this is... I think it was Brač I was on, yeah. Pretty sure. Or maybe it was this Milna. What's this one called? I think I was here actually, yeah. On this island. It was very nice actually. I was surprised. I'm not the kind of guy who likes, I guess, how would you say, like sunny countries. I'm not the biggest fan. I think there's so many of those countries that cater to tourists in a way that I just despise. It just feels like artificial, you know. And then, you know, I'm not the kind of guy who just likes to hang out on a beach. But like driving around there, it felt like it was still catering to tourists in a way. Yes, like, but it still felt like there was none of that infrastructure built up in a way that made it feel more genuine. Like driving around there and just seeing the old castle, like not castle ruin, but like fort ruins and whatever, was really cool. And like these old towns there, near abandoned. I liked it a lot. But like, I feel like the mentality often in many sunnier countries, for whatever reason, like the way that they push tourism onto tourists is horrible. Like, because in Iceland, I mean, Iceland where I live is very, I mean, it's a booming tourist industry, but but you don't get like people, you know, walking up to you like, here, grab a flyer, here, grab a tour, oh, you have to grab the bus, and like scammers walking up and like put on bracelets on you like, oh, looks nice, okay, pay me money now. Or like, oh, here's my CD, look at it. You grab on and hold the CD and they're like, okay, that'll be $5, please. It's like, dude, I absolutely despise that part, which seems to be extremely common in like the Mediterranean. If we're talking like, you know, and we can talk like Spain, even France, arguably, Italy, and for sure probably Croatia as well. In probably in Split you'd probably get that stuff, I don't know. Croatia sucks due to this a bit, and if you check the shape of the country, the bottom is Mediterranean and the sun, the middle is just the biggest city, and the right is just rural farming basically. So the bottom part is the only thing that makes the country money. That's a terrible country to live in. Oh really? For example, I can't afford to even go to the seaside. That sucks, man. No, I don't know. I feel like the tourism business in so many Mediterranean countries specifically is extremely predatory. And like the amount of tourist traps. I had the same experience when I was younger. I think I was, you know, 12 or something, going to Turkey. It's like people are hounding you to buy their stuff, and they do not care. Like they're not interested in you having a good time in their country. They're just interested in wringing out as much money from you while you're still there. Whereas in Iceland, it feels like the Icelandic people don't want to leave a bad impression, because they want you to have gone to Iceland and leave Iceland and tell people like, Iceland was awesome, you know? That's the kind of vibe I get more from Iceland, as opposed to like, let's wring out every single penny we can get from them. But it's like that kind of tourism business is like eating itself alive, essentially. I mean, it's just not sustainable long term. Or maybe it is, because I mean, the thing with like countries like, you know, in the Mediterranean, is that you know, the sun is what gets people there, right? They just want to go to the sun, they want to go to the beach, and you end up like, because people put so little value on the surrounding experiences, you know, they don't go there because they expect great customer service or great food or like great anything. They just expect sun and beach and hotel, you know? That's it. And then lots of alcohol. And so I think the culture that builds around that ends up being very predatory. Whereas in Iceland, you don't come here because you're, you know, because you're gonna hang on the beach and hang out in a hotel everywhere. It's all about the experiences you go to. And so it's, you know, you're a bit here for the culture almost, like, because I feel like there's been this perception of Iceland as, you know, it's like the most peaceful country. They're very like protective of nature, and then there's like this rumor of like they believe in elves, you know, so everyone's like, I think it's the same sort of view, same sort of fantasy that people have about like Japan. And so people, I think, expect more out of the experience than just sunny beaches, you know? Does it bother you having way less sun hours there in Iceland compared to other countries? I mean, I'm from Sweden originally, Gothenburg. So we, even though Iceland is up north, it's not terribly up north. So like, let's look at Iceland here, right? Iceland is here. Reykjavik, where I live, is right here. So in terms of like degrees north, it's not terribly north. You know, you go over here and I mean, you're halfway through Sweden, right? I lived in Gothenburg, which is down here. So, you know, we do get more sun in Sweden where I live. But you can go up here in Sweden, and then you got the, you know, the 24 hours nighttime because you're above the Arctic or polar circle, whatever it's called. So it gets very dark for a very long time there. Bear Island. Are we going to talk about you ending one of your live streams, right? I don't understand what you mean. Probably has to do with living standards. For example, I earn around 6.25 euros per hour, so I just think much more money do people chasing tourists make in the same country. That's also the thing. Like with Iceland, Iceland is already quite a wealthy country. People make a lot of money here, and so what is the point of chasing tourists when most tourists probably don't even make more money on average than whatever people are making in Iceland already, right? It's just like a plus for them. Whereas in a country like, you know, let's take maybe not Italy, but, you know, let's take Turkey, for example, which has like a booming tourism industry, or something like parts of Spain as well. You know, they earn significantly less than whatever the tourists are earning on average, right? Rich tourist comes, siphon them for money, big boom, overcharge them as well. So you can charge them like disproportionately much compared to what people on average would like spend in restaurants or on hotels or whatever. Which, you know, fair enough, get that bag, but it's not going to make me want to come there. Are we going to talk about you? Wait, because of me? Look, Miles, I didn't end my live stream because of you. I would never end my live stream because of you. You are insignificant. A speck of dust in the scale of the universe has more significance than you, Miles. The GDP per capita for Iceland is 80k. I mean, that's almost as much as Switzerland. Is this number inflated like Ireland? I mean, it's... there are a lot of very rich Icelanders that will inflate those numbers, but... Icelandic people just make a lot of money. They do. However, things are also very expensive in Iceland. So there is an offset, you know, there's a push and pull. Rent is crazy. So, you know, let's not ignore that. Seems like the... But yeah, it's people in Iceland are rich. Like, let's not get it wrong there. Okay, it seems like the position is not instantly replicating for the network transform. Had to switch to YouTube as Twitch looks at me 1080, so I keep buffering. Ah, yeah, okay. It's fair enough, Darko. Okay, there we go. I've been to Switzerland, and all the talk about things being expensive gets offset by the higher salaries. Yeah, exactly. So like Icelandic people love to complain about like, oh, everything's so expensive in Iceland. It's crazy. But it's like they earn so much, dude. They earn so much. And it becomes sort of silly for them to complain. So, you know, it's you can't complain about things being expensive if you're able to take 2 vacations a year. Like 2 vacations to a tropical or sunny country or whatever, you know? You just don't get to say that you're poor or that you're struggling to pay for stuff, right? But people have their standards set so high, and they're like, I don't make anything. And frankly, it's just ridiculous. Okay, let's see here. I made simple math. Even if everything is 5 times as expensive, but you have 5 times large salary, you still have 5 times as much spare money. Exactly. That's the thing. Like, proportionally, they just have so much money left over. And because other countries are cheaper, that's the thing. Like, it's called purchasing power, right? That's the global measurement of like actual wealth. And purchasing power is like, on a global scale, how much do you make? And relative to that, how much are you able to like spend on other countries? And Iceland has an insanely high purchasing power. Yeah, it seems like these enemies are not being synchronized correctly. Hello, Oomba Boomba, what's up? Okay, I was gonna look at that, right. So when you shoot, and if it's not silenced, we should have a... What's my favorite game? So I would... all-time favorite, bar none, The Outer Wilds. Not The Outer Worlds, The Outer Wilds. That's the obvious pick. That's the one, I think that's the one that's gonna stay with me forever. If I'm listing off games that I would rank very highly, I would say probably I would say Dark Souls 1, Sekiro Shadows Die twice, Red Dead Redemption 2, Civilization 4, Civilization 4 Colonization, love that game, OpenTTD. Here's a hot one. The Sims 2 and The Sims 3. Arguably The Sims 1, but I haven't played The Sims 1 as much, but I just love like the vibe of that game. Arma 3 and Arma 2. Very good games. Arma 3, Arma 2. And then the entire Halo franchise. Now, that's like a love-hate relationship, as most Halo players would say. But the Halo franchise, for sure. There's something about the aesthetic to that game. I'm not a fan of shooters in general, but like Halo just grabs me for whatever reason. I think it's mostly the aesthetic. And then Bowser's Fury on Nintendo Switch, very good. what was I gonna say? There's another one. Well, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, two awesome ones. I think those are like the big ones. I'm sure there's more that I'm forgetting, but yeah. I haven't played very many games recently. I don't know if there's anyone in the library that is like, you know, awesome. I like Borderlands 2, but that's more like fast food to me. This is McDonald's. I don't point to Borderlands 2 and say it's a good game, but it's fast food to me. Same with Left 4 Dead. It's also, you know, it's not. Rome Total War I love. There you can see colonization installed. Spore has a special place in my heart. Black and White also very special place in my heart. Very good games. Yeah. Samorost and Machinarium I love. Made by the same Amanita Design. Same developers. Anyway, I'm thinking of moving somewhere as it's very hard here. It took me 3 months of saving to buy a PC for 900 euros. Everything tech is more expensive here. Yeah, that's also a weird thing about, like, my coworker, the one guy I make Penguin Iced with, he moved to Italy and lived there for a while. And he noted that, you know, most things in Italy are cheaper, right? Like food, rent, whatever. It's all cheaper. But then you go and you buy like a computer part and it becomes more expensive to buy it there than to buy it somewhere like Sweden or Iceland. Because of course, I mean, none of the actual computation industry is in Italy. Oh, thanks for subscribing, Oomba Boomba. Appreciate it. What if I wanted to join a game developer company in Iceland? That's possible. I mean, if you have the skill, the gaming industry in Iceland, I mean, as with everywhere, the tech industry is kind of unsteady if you're not, you know, at the top of your game. Not many juniors being hired in general on average. But, what I will say is that, sorry, all right, it's gone. There is a bit of a booming games industry in Iceland. Many startups. They have the big company that's working on EVE Online is still going strong. That's like the golden star of Iceland, CCP Games. You guys know EVE Online? Yeah, I hope so too, buddy. EVE Online is Icelandic. Yeah, CCP Games makes EVE Online. I was at this GameDev meetup in Iceland here, and the CEO of CCP Games lives in London, but he was visiting Iceland and just happened to be there when this meetup was, and we chatted and we were talking about Penguin Eyes together, and then he bought me a beer. What's my game about? It's like a penguin-based heist game, but yeah, I chatted with Mr. CEO. He was quite an interesting guy. He's very big into like crypto stuff. Kind of a weirdo, he's got very big ideas. Let's put it that way, okay? Put it that way. People say I'm good with ideas. May I suggest some? I will preface this. By saying that the most hated person in game development is known as the person who is the so-called idea guy. So beware of this. You say you're good with ideas, but do not ever call yourself the idea guy, because the idea guy is the most hated person in game development. The idea guy, the problem with the idea guy is he can't code, can't design games, he can't do art, he can't design levels, he can't do music, he can't do anything. But he's got ideas, and they're often bad. So don't be this guy. I will say this, just before you start giving me the good ideas. Just make sure this is not you. But if you have good ideas, I will listen. But basically, the problem with the idea guy is the idea guy, even though he can't do anything, right? Even though he can't do anything, he likes to approach game developers who can do something. And he says, I can't do anything, but I've got really good ideas. And I'm willing to share my ideas with you. But of course, I have to take a percent of the income for the ideas. Not realizing that his ideas are worth nothing unless there is someone who can do any of these, right? And basically, if we think of this as an equation, right? The idea equation. You have idea times ability to implement, right? Equals result, right? This is the equation, right? So let's say if the idea quality, if that is equal to 1,000, pretend you're the idea guy now. If your idea quality is 1,000 and you're the idea guy, but your ability to implement is 0, now you have equals 0. 1,000 times 0 is equal to 0, right? This is the output quality of the end result of your amazing idea, right? Now pretend that another developer comes along and his idea is equal to 0.001, but his ability to implement equals 1. Well, now 0.001 times 1 equals 0.001, and as it turns out, 0.001 is greater than 0. So who wins? Well, the guy with the shitty idea wins because he can actually make his idea. That's a life lesson for you guys. Learn to do, don't just learn to think. I can also solve a Rubik's Cube. I relearned how to do it a month ago. Penguino! But yeah, there you go. I can't implement mostly because I don't have a computer. I mean, you can buy really cheap laptops for like pennies, you know? Used ones. It doesn't have to be expensive to get a computer, and you can make like very simple stuff for very cheap. If you put your mind to it. My idea was so good I forgot it. Oh man. I think idea guy should be a developer's friend more than a main role. Yeah, but the problem is, right? The problem is with the idea guy, like I said, the idea guy, he can't code, right? Which means that any idea he has, he doesn't know if the idea can actually be coded, right? He doesn't know how to code, so we don't know if it's possible or like easy or how long it would take to code. The idea guy also can't design levels, right? So he doesn't know if like his idea for a level is even like easily designable as a level. He can't model, so he doesn't know like how much work goes in to making a model. And this goes on and on and on. For every single idea that the idea guy has, he doesn't know if it will even work. And so what ends up happening is that the ideas are good up until you think about the actual implementation, and it turns out that the ideas suck, right? So the idea guy says, imagine that we make, imagine World of Warcraft, but zombies. And the idea guy thinks to himself like, that one of my killer ideas, that's the best one. I just figured out World of Warcraft, but it's zombies. It's gonna be amazing. But I mean, that's, first of all, the amount of effort that goes into making a game like World of Warcraft in the first place is like insane. But then not only that, because the guy doesn't know shit about game design, all he knows is like cool ideas. How would, what does this even tell you? Like, the ideas sound good until you start to think about them. I'm not necessarily talking about you, Cashier Gamer, but this is like a, I'm explaining from the point of view of any developer out there ever. When you front yourself as having good ideas, they will assume that you are presenting yourself as an idea guy. Never present yourself as an idea guy. That is the lesson to learn here. Do not present yourself as an idea guy. Because if you say that you have good ideas, they will immediately assume this about you. Or rather, you can remove all this, right? This is what they will assume about you. If you say that the only valuable thing about you are your ideas, this is what they will assume. So be careful. Do not say you have good ideas. Just present the ideas. Do not say they are good. Do not ask for permission. Just say, hey, I had this idea. Because if you just say that you have an idea and you present the idea, they will not assume of you as being an idea guy. They will just listen to your idea and take it at face value. But if you say, I have really good ideas, just no way to do them. If that's what you say, that's screaming idea guy. Do not be the idea guy. Trust me, biggest mistake of your life to be the idea guy. I like your channel. Hey, appreciate it, Oomba Boomba. Oh yeah, see you later, Oomba Boomba. You have to go. Yeah. I'm glad you're here again, Cash the author. I hope you hit 1 million. Hey guys, let's get this channel to 1 million. Oh, Myanmar, I see. In another universe, the idea guy created a fluffin portal and bazoomed it onto us. Ah. You got disconnected. Oh no. The conjunction of spheres was caused by the idea guy. Scary. Scary thought. Hello, newbie angel. Welcome. Good to see you, good Delphi. Hope work will go your way today. How are you today? I'm good. Can I ask one question? Yeah, just one though. Any more? Then you're in the risk zone. So be careful. Did you just make fun of me? No, I've been just using the soundboard a lot more recently. I feel like it makes me more approachable if I use more soundboards. What's your real name? Oh, you don't want to know, buddy. You don't want to know, trust me. Okay, wait, I'm gonna do real name reveal. You guys ready for this? Here's the real name. Real name reveal. That's my actual name, guys. The Relacious Pork. Yep. Yep. The Relacious Pork. Main character aura name? Yeah, yeah. That's me, main character. Oh yeah, see you later. You think my name is just Lacious? People call you Thor as nickname. They do, and they say I worked for Blizzard or something for 7 years. I don't know, man. This weird stuff. Thorlacious Pork. Hello, Zasami Ritsu. I speak perfect fluent Japanese, and I will say yes. That is a good point, Sasami Ritsu. Watched Vinland Saga? Sorry, I do not watch anime. That is simply not my vibe. Anime schlanime, more like it. Yeah, second gen Blizzard employee. Yep, that's me. Good old Thorlacious Pork. Munch down on my lunch. That would have been cooler if it was munch on the lunch, but now it's munch on dinner, and then that's less impressive. Ooh, ah. My guy is floating in air. There's a character named Thorfinn, the son of Thors. You just named... Yeah, in Icelandic, there's Thorfinnur, which is a name that you'd have, Thorfinnur. That's, you know, Thorfinnur, which would be Thorfinn. But that's the original Thorfinnur. So, the Anglification of names from, how do you say? Yeah, no, so that it's the I mean, it's not necessarily Iceland, it's Old Norse, right? So it's from you know, which is essentially Sweden, Norway, Iceland, I guess arguably Denmark, you know, but Iceland still maintains much of the Old Norse sensibility, for the reason that they were landlocked, right? So in like the 1700s, Iceland started preserving the language. So while Iceland maintained, you know, this way of spelling things. Wait, I got raided? What do you mean the raid gang? Did I get raided? Did I miss it? I don't know. But yeah, so Iceland maintained the Old Norse quite, you know, vehemently, whereas Swedish, you know, would move down. Swedish, Norwegian, Danish, they would all move down the ladder of simplification, right? Until eventually, I mean, like a name like Thorfinnur would eventually become Thor. So it's quite interesting how, you know, for example, there's another name in Icelandic, Sigurður. Sorry, I'm not used to typing Icelandic on this keyboard. Where's the... I think it should be somewhere here. Now I'm really confused. Do I even have it? I don't know if I do. Icelandic, yes. Can I get the smaller one? There we go. Sigurður. Like, Sigurður is an old Icelandic name. But that's how we'd spell it in Swedish, Sigvard. So you can tell, like, there's a simplification, because this is, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 letters, and this is now 7, I think, right? It's quite interesting, little interesting tidbit for those of you who are interested in, like, Old Norse and the history of that language. But I mean, Iceland also didn't really participate. So, like, what most languages like Swedish, Norwegian, Danish, as you know, as the world grew smaller because of you know, increased ability of transportation, you know, whether it be trains, cars, boats, whatever, as those became more prominent, the what happened is that the languages of other countries would spread, right, to the Nordics. But because already in the 1700s Iceland started preserving the language, Iceland basically said no to any new loan words. They said, we're gonna keep speaking Icelandic, and we're gonna, instead of borrowing words, we're gonna create new words using the root Icelandic words and ensure that Icelandic stays Icelandic and keeps making sense as Icelandic. We are not just gonna, you know, for example, the word mathematics, right? You take any Nordic language that is in Icelandic, and they will call it like matematik, essentially, which is essentially the similar to mathematics, right? Which I think is maybe, is it Latin derived mathematics? Mathematica, I think. Greek. Yeah, Greek word, mathema. So that would spread, you know, from the south. But Iceland, when the word maths was introduced there, they decided to do it differently. They used Icelandic words to figure out how to pronounce it or how to say it in Iceland. So they used the word stærð and fræði. Stærð means size, fræði means science. So dice or fræði is like knowledge, science. So essentially the science of size, right? That's what mathematics is in Icelandic. So it looks completely different. So the way they would call it, sorry, I never type on this Icelandic keyboard. Stærðfræði. It's kind of interesting, I think. And they do this with so many other words. For example, even AI has an Icelandic word. They call it gervigreind. Gervi is like fake, and then greind is intelligence, so like fake intelligence. Which of course is the same thing as artificial intelligence, right? But they're actually using an Icelandic word for it. And I think that's kind of cool. Email is also, they don't say email, they say tölvupost, which is computer mail. But I like etymology, I like languages, I like words. Because you'll notice that there is a lot of culture passed down through words. And once you start paying attention, you sort of just can't stop. Because you notice how connected languages are. And different, you know, different time periods, different words arising from different languages. I like Old Norse culture. Well, no, I think it goes for all cultures. I mean, I'm interested in like how, example, I think it's interesting to me the connection between the French culture and how that spread specifically in like food. So you'll have words like beef, pork, poultry, you know, because you don't say cow, you say beef. You don't say pig, you say pork. You don't say bird, you say poultry. And the reason for that is because of the French. Right? Because the French were seen as fancier, more eloquent, and the like the upper class people would take loan words from French, specifically for like etiquette, cooking, and whatever, as a way to sort of signal to each other that they were sophisticated and had like etiquette, right? And they would do that with these terms like beef, which is boeuf. For example, in French, boeuf. Or boeuf or whatever, I don't know how to pronounce it. I think it's boeuf. So that's kind of interesting as well. I am sort of agnostic when it comes to where my interest in like the way that words are transferred from one language to another. You know, I'm not biased towards the Nordics. Of course, I know more about, for example, the Old Norse than I do about the French or the Old English or whatever, simply because I've learned Icelandic. But it's an interesting world out there that is hidden right in front of your eyes. and it's called language. Yeah, there's some weird bug there with the Oh. How many languages you speak? Looks like min 5 or something. I speak fluently. I speak 3, so that's Icelandic, Swedish, and English. I speak quite a bit of German as well. But that's about it. So I want to learn more. I'll probably, if I do learn another language, it's probably going to be something like Chinese, I think. That's what I'm mostly interested in. Not because I'm particularly interested in China as a country, minimally interested. I think it's just, it's interesting, just the idea of such a large country, and I feel like from a Western perspective to have so little clue about anything with regards to it. The same goes for India, but I mean, it's huge, insane population there. So just based on that alone, I think it's interesting for me. Funny how linguistic and cultural differences was a means of identity and class and power, and now it evolved to unified people. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's always been a way to separate one from another, right? Whether it's class or like cultural group or whatever, countries, of course. But like even the concept of etiquette is something that is very interesting and is imported from French, as far as I understand. I think the actual word etiquette, you know, itself is etiquette, etymology. Yeah, it's from Old French. But like the actual art of etiquette was essentially for upper class people to show other upper class people how civilized they were. And the rules of etiquette were created not as a necessity, right? The idea of you hold the fork in the left hand and the knife in the right, that was not a rule that was created out of any sort of necessity, right? It was created as a way for other rich people to look at other rich people and say, well, you're holding the knife and whatever in the wrong hand. You're supposed to hold it in the right one. Which is kind of, you know, interesting. And they're all just playing games with each other. And then they add like increasing amount of like spoons and forks and knives. Like this spoon is only for the oysters, whereas this spoon is for the dessert. And this little fork here is for the cheese. And then this tool here is for taking sugar. And there's like a new piece of silverware for every individual item, and then you one up each other and show just how like sophisticated you are, and you're playing all these little games. But I mean, part of these fake ideas have been passed down, right? You have the knife and fork in the right hands, but I mean, it evolved from like, yeah, these rich upper class people just bored out of their minds, wanting to prove to each other that, you know, because once you have enough money, it's like, how do you upstage another rich person if you're both rich? Well, you introduce like random rules that prove to each other that you're not just rich, but you're also like sophisticated. And that I mean, that's still today, maybe not through etiquette, but through like having the right brands, being like environmentally conscious, being like aware of different societal issues in specific ways, like, you know, the purity testing and all that is also a form of upstaging, right? It's all kind of interesting, I think. But yeah, Mandarin would be the language, of course, not Chinese. I leave, you are not even a real penguin. I am a real penguin. I am a real penguin. Please. Yeah, I think this one's not going to the right. Oh, okay. Bridget, I'm back. Welcome back, healer student. So glad to have you here. I just made everything myself. Yeah, see you later, Service. Have a good one. Is master client. Okay. If p dot is master client. I mean, it is, it's not trivial, right? Takes a long time. You have to, you have to learn many things if you want to make all the assets yourself. Like, I'll do music, I'll do sounds, I'll do, you know, lighting, art, all kinds of stuff. It's the way to go for some people. For some people, I mean, it just won't work because it's not just like overwhelming, but it's too much context switching. Yeah, it seems like it's not really setting the RPC to the... Graduated from college, recently I'm unemployed and working on my web development skills and searching for jobs. Do you have any advice or a job? No jobs. Advice, just try to get better than the others. Because there are many devs out there that suck. Yeah, Stardew Valley. But I mean, he's known for being quite a slow worker too. He's not the fastest at what he does, but he keeps releasing stuff, which is nice. But I think maybe, I don't know his project structure, but I think it was his first big game, right? So... Proof for any of them? No. But I mean, like, what was his first released proper game, or did he release games before Stardew Valley? Is what I mean. Because I'm pretty sure it was, I'm pretty sure it was, one of his first ones, but I could be wrong about that, but I think, yeah, I hadn't really done anything before that. No, but, yeah, for Anshuman, I think just actually get good. It's easy to graduate thinking you've learned stuff just because you've graduated, but it turns out maybe you haven't. So, you know, do some sanity checks to ensure you're not absolutely cooked. I would say have ChatGPT quiz you on stuff within your field. Have it quiz you on web development and see if you actually know stuff that you're supposed to know for like a job interview. I think that's a good thing. And I will argue that's like the greatest thing you can have ChatGPT do to you is actually quiz you, because it's very good with, you know, written questions. Yeah, he started 2012. He made one game before that, okay. But it wasn't proper size then. I need to figure out, like... Because it seems like you can't find out if a player is the master client. You can't get that info from a player ref, even though it says you're supposed to. How to be a game dev? Is there any roadmap? Just start making stuff. I would say start making a small game engine. That's where I would start. Don't start with Unity. Don't start with Unreal. Start making your own small game engine. Learn about like what is the render loop, how do you read input, what is the update loop or simulation loop. Learn about those things, those concepts. Start there. Make like a simple 2D platformer engine that can play audio. It can read like texture files, render those on screen, do physics simulation, do like entity spawning, maintain components. Maybe you know, you could either do entity component system where you could do more object oriented. Entity component is probably a bit easier to do, even, and it's all arguably the better way, but most game engines don't do entity component system, so you know. But data oriented, I feel like, is a easier way to do things. Yeah. Because most people assume like, oh, I want to get into game dev, so I should start like with something easy, which would be a game engine. But that's absolutely wrong. Don't start with like a pre-built game engine, a pre-built framework, because you're starting from the wrong end. Like then you're just learning a tool. You're not learning game dev, you're just learning a tool. So if you want to learn game dev, start making a game engine. I don't know, like, I want to get just the server player, but I don't know that I can. But I guess I could send it to the game manager. Wait, that's insane though. Set navigation target is item manager dot transform dot root. Isn't root like already a transform? But it has to be a transform. Okay. What's your favorite YouTuber? I don't know. I don't watch many YouTubers. I've been following along with these World of Warcraft YouTubers recently, though, like Craft Locked. I've been following this guy. I don't even know like any of these guys' names, but that's a commercial. But these are like World of Warcraft challenge videos. I think these are quite enjoyable. Can you tell me how to be a good YouTuber on mobile? You can't. Don't. Get a computer. I could just do this. Well, you know. Let's do it like that. The piece I have is for the whole family. I'm poor. Yeah, I understand that you're poor. But you can look at like secondhand PCs, and I'm sure you save up, even living in a country that might not be so well off. I'm next to sure that there's some kind of a secondhand market that sells cheap computers for you to use. If you're able to have a smartphone, right? A smartphone, if anything, is more expensive to make than a computer. So you can get like a shitty ass monitor and a shitty ass secondhand computer, or alternatively buy shitty ass used computer parts and put together your own computer. But like, people assume that, oh, I want a computer, which means that the only computer available to me is like the freaking cream of the crop 4080 whatever computer. Like, no, just get like a bullshit shitty computer. It's gonna be fine. Get it secondhand. If you're gonna be like a YouTuber and make like videos, then you don't want to be editing on a phone. That's absolutely insane. Yeah, I would say don't get a laptop. Laptops are terrible. If you want to get proper work done, get a desktop. The reason I say laptops are terrible is they're terrible if we're talking about budget, right? If you're on a budget and if you don't have the money to splurge on a proper laptop, say like a MacBook, you know, the Apple Silicon MacBook, then get a desktop, because they are cheaper, far cheaper than any laptop. You get so much more bang for your buck. The only difference is you can't move around with it. But I don't know why. I think it's the mobile generation or whatever that makes laptops so appealing to people, but no, it's not worth it to get a laptop. Absolutely not. For me, I'm saying this as like a catch-all, right? I use a laptop. I use it frequently. I use the MacBook, and I love it. But you shouldn't get it if you're on a budget. If the price of a laptop is too expensive, then the price of a MacBook is obviously going to be way too expensive. I'm sure there's someone else watching. People come and go. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, don't get an Apple, right? Don't get an Apple computer or Apple like desktop or whatever. But you can get like cheap used laptop parts for pennies, dude. Not laptop parts, but desktop parts. So don't go. Wait, why is it not? That's freaking weird. Oh, okay. Item manager is not set to a transform. Okay. Right, because we don't know who it belongs to. John Pork is calling. Don't be alone, Penguin. Thank you, Dr. Tiffany. I appreciate it. Thank you. The good doctor has come to soothe my mental state. I love how broken the UI is. I wish I could donate to you. If you hop on Twitch, you can donate money to me. Make me a rich man. Yeah, I think I need to recompile. And also I need to fix the freaking damn UI. It looks like weird. I think I need to restart Unity as well. I switched out to a penguin cursor for my computer. It's Pingu, which is very nice. I have no money. Well, I mean, what? Yeah. Chicken wing. Man, I'm just thinking about that dueling game I was playing on Roblox yesterday. Obsessed. You have $310? $310 is like insane amount of money. If we're talking about like being able to buy a computer, you can get so much for $310, dude. We're talking used stuff. Chicken wing, hot dog, and macaroni. That sounds like a meal. No, that's not a song. I'm pretty sure that's a meal. Chicken wing, hot dog, and macaroni. Yeah, I mean, that sounds like a meal again, you know. It seems like it's crashed again. Love that. I don't know, we'll just... Penguin heist. Chicken wing, chicken wing. There we go. I think Minecraft is a good game. Yeah. I feel like it's lost a lot of charm with time. But I wouldn't hold that against it. I think it's like, how much can you really do with the game before you ruin it? And like, people want more content at the same time, and it's like, it's an impossible situation. No one's gonna be happy. And I feel like on average, people probably are quite happy with the stuff that's been added to Minecraft. Now it works. There we go. I can always also solve a Rubik's Cube, so... you know. I guess that's my talent as well then. Well, it's easy to memorize the moves, but if we're talking about actually understanding the cube, that's a whole different beast. Because I don't think very few people are able to understand the cube and actually improvise beyond these set algorithms they've learned. if you were asked to not use one of the moves, like, you know, one of the steps along the way that you learned, you'd probably be quite lost. If someone said, okay, solve the cube, but you can't use that one move where you switch the corners around, you'll have to use a different one. No way you're going to solve it. People come and go. Right, it's the interactable button. Needs to cache a bunch of stuff. I mean, because it spawns the sound, though. I'm gonna check it out. Hello, Adarsh. What's up? Yeah, okay. Just not synchronizing the door. How do you make a game? That's too broad of a question. I don't think I can answer that. You just do it. That a satisfactory answer? Probably not. Oh, okay, yeah, we have to check if the rotation is the same as well. How to code? Well, I mean, it's also, you just learn it, like you just do it. You start small, you know? You start maybe in a language like Python first, and you just learn that you can say like I equals 5 and then I plus 1. And now if you print I, then that, you know, results in printing 6. Whereas if you would print I before adding 1, that would result in printing 5, right? Like you learn these, you've learned the flow of logic. And then the fact that you can like define a method. So you'd have like, you know, add, and then you'd have an input X. And you'd return X plus 1, right? And then if I would do I equals add I. Well, what do I get now? If I print I, it would probably return 7, right? So it's the flow logic, methods. What do methods do? Are you sure this is not math? No, I mean, math and logic are intertwined, right? Math is a logical system. And you can expand on adds. You can do it like add X and Y. And then if I add I and then an input of like 3, well, now it's X plus Y, so that's I plus 3, which returns 9 at the end there if we print that. But this is the flow logic. This is what scripting is about. It's like variables, transforming data from one point to another, right? If you're moving a player, if we're talking moving a player has a position in the world, which is like X, Y, Z, right? Now, if we want to move the player forward, I'll show here in Paint. right? XYZ, the reason we talk about XYZ is because we're in 3D space, right? We exist in 3D. So the arrows point forward, left, or forward, right, and up, right? And so what is forward? Well, it could be X. What is right? Well, it could be Z. And what is up? Well, it could be Y. And so when we're talking about moving a player, that is not like an abstract action. That's a mathematical operation. We're changing the math of the game. We're changing the data. So if the player has position 0, 0, 0, and we say, move forward, and we can define variables again, just like with I that we did earlier. If we say that position equals 0, 0, 0, move forward as input position, we can then define a method or a function that transforms the data. So if we define move forward as a method that takes an input an input of vector 3, right? Or input v, because that represents a vector, right? An input of v, then move forward returns the value of v plus, and then because we say that z is forward, for example, z, then we would do plus 0, 0, and then we add 1 to the z vector. And now if we print position after having moved it forward, we would get an expected value of 0, 0, 1. Ta-da! And that's how we think about things in terms of game math. And if this position was a 1 first, then we'd have a 1 still there. And this is, this is what programming is all about. The flow of data, flow of logic, logical steps, one after the other, loops, jumping from point A to point B. That's what it's all about. Oomba Boomba? What do you mean? Like, I don't see why. The angle in degrees, right? Yeah. There we go. Dude, that, I don't get what the head thing is. I think he's like twitching between a state of activation and deactivation. To see that the player actually holds on to it reasonably. Yeah, looks like it. And what if I'm not the player that holds on to it? Set him on fire. Bro, are you a penguin and corn or a penguin? I'm a penguin in a corn suit, but they call me Corn. We'll have to play some actual heist after, maybe. But I need to check the fallen dudes, the security reinforcements. I guess I could do that now. Yeah. Parachute spawn. Hold up. 1 second. Glad you like the channel, little bro. Like, obviously something is. I'm getting a phone call. I don't play GD, but there's another guy in the community who does. But I'm just gonna take this phone call, so be right back.
John McCloven07 said, "Wee."
Howdy. I'm back. Just having a little bit of lunch. So don't mind me if I'm chewing a little bit.
Johnny McCloven07 said, ding dong dong, ding 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 dong, wee dong. Jesse, we need to cook.
Good point, good point. Like, that's the thing here. Like, these fellas, do they even have a... They do. But they don't want to go. Or maybe they do. Ding dong, Jesse, we need to cook. Ding dong. Jesse, we need to cook. What? Oh, okay. Yeah, because I Yeah, okay, awesome. Shouldn't have recompiled. Um, but wait, is the music stopped? Hmm. I wonder if it like fails on startup to make something like the AI. Hello. Hello. Okay, there we go. Backup forces alerted. Now, let's see what kind of bullshit makes these guys not walk. Like, you can see how absolutely busted they are. Because they're just standing there, like, menacingly. Crazy topic? Oh, also, Firefox just recently added support for, like, profiles, so... I'm just gonna log in. I should have the link. Dude, alright, I have it linked to Escape. Now I'll just hide my screen here. There we go. Woke up to a ban email yesterday, but I didn't refund it, but I left a negative review. Do not refund on Steam if you wish to play. You will get blocked, and any versions of the game you buy will subsequently also be blocked. Wait, so Steam lets you see who has refunded games? I thought that was like hidden user info. They can actually track that? Do they have like a database of like what account? I guess they would store the database. They would just have a database on their servers, I guess, of users to store the Steam IDs of who plays the game. And then if you played it, I guess, but how would you know that it's been refunded though? That's the thing. Do you like ownership of a game? I don't know. Hmm. Yeah, I'm surprised that the Steam even lets you see the specific user. I feel like that should be hidden info. All right, yeah, you'd need to have it for that purpose. I mean, it makes sense for digital goods, but like, yeah, I guess there are probably reasons why you'd want to know which user does what. Fair enough. That's a weird thing to do, though. Very strange. I don't even know what to say about that, dude. That's freaking weird. It seems like it's... Yeah, I mean, users are easy, but you still have to manually do it, I guess. I mean, I suppose you don't have to do that. You could just have a script doing that for you, too. But I just don't see the, like, beyond pettiness, there's no business incentive to doing this. Like, I don't see... That's the thing that's getting me, is like, what... Like, there's no business incentive at all. Yeah. It's just, you know, because it's like, if people who refund the game then buy it back, they would have, you know, a possibility of earning them back as a favorable review, which is... It's not even like, it's not even, you know, damage control. It's not even a narrative control. It's literally just shooting yourself in the foot, or not even shooting yourself in the foot. It's far more worse than that. It's shooting yourself in the head. So that is, yeah. I mean, it's not even something you can discuss. Like, it's because it's so absolutely insanely stupid thing to do. There's not even like, well, I mean, there's no take. The only take you can have with that is, well, I mean, is, well, I mean that people refunded it, so that was not nice. But like that what? But it's like you have to reach to come up at that point. Like, not even reach, you have to just, it's like, ignore every single other reason that a person might refund beyond, like, you know, trying to be rude or whatever. I don't know. Weird. It's chasing. Yeah, but that's the thing. It's like, if it would have been an interesting topic to discuss, were there something to discuss? But I mean, it's like, obviously just such a stupid thing to do. So it's like, what am I supposed to say, you know? it's like bad, yeah, you know. Wait, they got called in again? Oh, okay. I guess I paused the game. Yeah, it's like even let's say there's like a murder or something, even then you could like possibly debate like, you know, what was going through his mind, you know, because it's like such a, you know, far distance to go to like murder someone or whatever. But this is like people refunded your game and you banned them. I don't think there's any psychoanalysis you could do there. You know, it's just you're an idiot. People bought on Steam is like some people already bought it on the website ages ago. They bought it on Steam thinking they could skip their $1 and then refund it. Yeah. I'm surprised. Like, are they indie or what? Or are they AAA? Or are they like middling, like AA or something? Is it like Bohemia Interactive, you know, Arma scale company? I haven't, like, any of these extraction shooters, I haven't played a single one, dude. Yeah, so probably like AA studio, I guess. But it's like, I don't know. I never interested in these like meme of the week genres. It's the same thing with like, you know, I enjoy Dark Souls, but I won't play a single game that calls itself a Souls-like, just like I do not care for it. It's so lame. Like if your hook to your game is like I'm like this other game, then it's generally I'm generally not sold. 1.2 million concurrent players 3 days ago. I mean, that's they got their bag, I guess, except for the refunds. Could it be the RPC detected thing? Yeah, that's gotta be the one. Hey, I don't know English and I'm using a translator, so I can't really follow what's being said on stream, but I wish the best of luck with developing the game. Hey, appreciate it. That could be the issue. These people who bought the expensive editions wanted it on Steam for some reason, and then they get banned fully. Yeah. I mean, hasn't there been like bad blood with these developers for a long time? Like, I hear so much shit coming out attached to like people talking about Escape from Tarkov, not just like the devs, but also like the community and whatever. It seems like, you know, you hear the negative stuff that you'd hear from like Rust, how like toxic that is, but then also you hear about like shitty devs or whatever. Which Unity version? 6.2. AI and yeah, I don't use that shit. I think it's, I don't know if it's even in 6. I think it's 6.3, but maybe it is 6.2. I haven't touched it anyway. Everyone who bought the EOD edition were promised access to all DLC's future features. Then they did a sale of that edition last time you can get it, and then a week later released a more expensive edition with new exclusive content and whatnot. Yeah. I mean, I'll tell you that when Minecraft was in alpha, they say if you buy it in alpha, you'll get all future DLC for free. That's what they said. I haven't seen a single piece of DLC for Minecraft, except for Microsoft, who's been releasing their micro shit transactions for Minecraft for Xbox, which of course are not free to us early Minecraft alpha adopters. We've been scammed. Hook, line, and sinker. Anyway, I'm getting a phone call. Be right back. right. But yeah, it's I was promised free DLC. Let's put it that way. Free expansions or whatever. Yeah, I mean, I was talking about that earlier, but it's like, you know, most people, a majority of people are begging for new content, right? That's what a majority of people are doing. And with that considered, Mojang has been quite conservative with respect to like how much content they're actually adding to the game. So in that sense, I feel like we've gotten the best of both worlds. Like, you can play Minecraft essentially the same way you played it back in 2010. Like today, you can play it essentially the same way. It does not feel like a new game. Bedrock, arguably, with the main menu and the microtransactions and bullshit, like sure, that feels quite foreign, but Minecraft itself, I mean, they haven't they haven't upended it. Like, have they added a bunch of random extra content that feels a bit separate from the rest of the world? Like, yeah, sure. I'm fine with the new textures. I feel like if we're looking at it from a strictly like color theory perspective, the new textures are like obviously better. Yeah, these are still ruined, I think. Still absolutely butt busted. Like, it doesn't look the same, but I mean, you have the option to use other texture packs and just revert the colors to the old ones. Like, that's not an issue. So, and I feel like most mobs you can ignore. The only one I think is bullshit is the one that attacks you when you haven't slept for 3 days or whatever. That's the most bullshit ass mob ever. Like, am I not allowed to not sleep? It feels completely out of place, I would say. But the rest of them, I have no issue. I'm kind of annoyed by the wandering trader. Yeah, I mean, they're so annoying, but they're so random too. It's like, what? And then you play on a server, and if they haven't turned off the phantoms, you know, most people on a big server don't sleep. Then it's like, what is the actual point here? Like, why were these added? What gameplay purpose do they serve? They have no reason for existing at all. I think that was probably the most insane stuff they've ever added. But beyond that, I don't really have any opinions. I feel like the oceans are cool. New biomes are always cool. You know, it's like new textures, take it or leave it. I don't really care. I feel like on average, it looks more stylized, more coherent. So, yeah, I don't know. think of it this way. It could have gone so much worse than whatever Mojang has done. It could have been far worse. Phantoms could have been a DLC. Yeah, that's the free DLC. But then also the fact that, I mean, like, they have no obligation to update the game at all anymore. Like, zero obligation. It's already fully released, right? But they're still updating it. They're still adding new stuff. Generally, nothing is, like, game-breaking. There's no, like, they haven't... It's mostly end-game stuff and new biomes, which is, like, no one's gonna complain. You know, you're not gonna be upset the fact that they added, like, a different desert biome variation with, like, camels. That's like, oh, okay, cool. That's one more place I could potentially live in. Whereas if they're like, they change the way that furnaces process coal or something, that would be like, okay, you're taking a bit, like, now I have to not just like put coal in them, but I have to like stoke the fire with twigs as well or something, you know? Now we're getting into like this weird, disconnected, modded sort of shit. Weird. It's like they're not chasing me. Like they're just standing still. I feel like it's I'm looking at the laptop right now, which is why you're not seeing me do anything. Has run start is true. Balanced, yes. I got big pencil. All right, awesome, dude. Let's see here. Enemy. Path ending. Like it's constantly recalculating the path. Not being like blocked by itself, is it? Did you enjoy math in university? I did, but I didn't do much math in university. I did one course of calculus, one course of statistics, applied statistics. It wasn't like crazy. What am I doing? I'm working. Did I miss you? No. Oh yeah, I guess that is my fault. Something is wrong with... Does it ever... fixed up? Here. If... game object. Selected. Yeah, bro, we always come back. He's powerful. You were just saying that to yourself, dude. Debug.log. Pathing points. They're like path pending. Trend. What's it called? Follower entity dot has path. It's true. Okay, so it is true. Then what is the issue? Mathematical analysis. Let's see. Dealing with continuous functions limits. Yeah, I mean that's essentially calculus. Yeah, that's what I took as well. It's standard for if you're doing computer science. They'll always have some form of applied mathematics. I think it was actually, yeah, I think it was stærðfræðigreining, which is mathematical analysis. Yeah, so it would be, I mean, I call it calculus, but it's, I mean, it's really, it's the same thing. Mostly. It's not so bad. It can be if you didn't do much of it in college. Or not college, I guess high school or whatever. How do I see? Navigation direction. Let's see. That is an internal, so let's... In air. Are they in air? Debug.log. In air. What else? I struggle so much with in air, navigation direction. Let's see. Okay, I mean, it is trying to move. Oh, but that's for all of them. Okay. Sorry. If game object dot selected. I'm doing some coding on my MacBook right now, so you guys can't see what I'm doing right now. Yeah, he doesn't want to move anywhere. Okay. So navigation direction is 0. And where is navigation direction set? Desired velocity. Okay, let's see. Behavior designer. What is it? Should follow an avmesh. Do I not use that one? I guess I don't. Okay. It's not used anywhere. Navigation direction is assigned elsewhere as well. Set path routine distance. Here. Yeah, is that the Namish Delta pause? Is it the speed of the... Almost done now. I wish I could show you guys this, but yeah, I can't. Yeah, it's just 0. Because it's not trying to move anywhere. Can we print out the... speed. Do that here. As created and there. F. New move speed 2.4. Okay, so it is getting the move speed. F dot max speed. Is 2.4. Okay. Okay, let's see. So we are updating the nav mesh speed. I'll just let you guys look at this. So basically, these guys here, see, they're trying to walk. This guy on my screen, he is trying to walk, but on the host screen, he is not walking. He's just standing still. So it would appear that something is different. Like it's as if the nav mesh is not wanting to move at all. Follower entity, not dot max speed, but dot is stopped. Let's just be here. It's not stopped. Can move. True. Okay, it can move and it's not stopped. Desired velocity is 0. But I mean, we're setting a destination for it, I assume. Dot destination. Can we do destination and then debug dot draw array on lower entity dot destination vector 3 dot up color dot green. Yeah, so that's where it wants to go. I think, no, that's not where it wants to go. Where does it want to go? Does it want to go to the player? Very good song. Well done. Oh, thank you. Can I set like the scene view to tell me where it wants to go? Debug or scene view dot zero equals entity dot destination. Hello, Oomba Boomba. Oh, maybe it's at that penguin's position, but that would make sense that it wouldn't walk anywhere if it can't navigate there. That doesn't seem to be the issue, though. Isn't there like scene view dot? Wait, is the position? Oh. Wait, how do you set the scene view? Set scene camera position Unity. I script. Dot pivot. This song mid, just like you. Yeah, his target is in here. Why is it not setting its target to... Okay. We found the target. So as the enemy spawns, he wants to go in here, which he can't. So this guy's target is like somewhere in there. Like, is this being called assign target to best player? Yeah, that gets called. Okay. Local potential target, right? Let's see. We have behavior manager. Variable, and we will look at potential target. So has potential target, then we set navigation target. Is that part running here? Does not have player target. Check if the enemy has no target. If so, set our path to the player position. Why can it not path? See, that's the thing. It gets the path it gets is inside the building, and it cannot reach inside the building. And so its target position What if I flip this? It gets very confused. Okay, let's look again here. Potential target. That's the only time we use it. But it seems like it's not clearing itself of its position. Let's see, set navigation target. Let's see here. Let's just walk this through. Let's walk this through and read this step by step. So, when we set the navigation target, we receive a input target as well as whether or not we should ignore the recalculation blocker. We check if we have a body target, and that we do not for the player. We set the shared navigation target to the target. Previous has player target. Wait, but has player target, is that true for him? And is that a public bool? Yeah. This is like my least favorite part of coding, not gonna lie. AI. Surprised they don't have a way to like search for variables in the inspector. It's public, so it should. Has target, has player target is true. Like, when are we setting the destination? Wonder, is it not calling? If game object dot is selected, debug dot log here. Okay, it is running that part. We debug log the navigation target. Hey, hey, oomba boomba. Oomba boomba. Yeah, so I mean, the destination is just not being set, but that is also a weird destination. Is that the destination for all of them? Could that be? No. So this guy... he has... follower entity dot destination. Where is his destination? His destination is himself. Or like right there. Fuck. What is it, Oomba Boomba? Okay, I'm absolutely lost on what this. Selected navigation target is the route. Yeah, you should. Thought on Vegemite? I enjoy Vegemite. It's nice. think I probably prefer Marmite. Bit nicer. What, toothpaste? I have no thoughts or feelings on toothpaste, sadly. What's the best applications for tri-meshes? What is a tri-mesh? You mean like triangular level? Like... you mean like just tries? Like a mesh composed of tries? Because I mean, at the end of the day, every single mesh is composed of tries. Are you talking like, you know, like you have a cube here? You mean like tri-meshes as in like this? Well, I mean, for collision, like at the end of the day, it's going to be rendered as a triangle no matter what. Like in the back end, this is what the cube looks like. As far as the computer concerned, it's always going to be drawn as triangles. So, I mean, you're fine to use it as any geometry, really, yeah. But I think for world levels, you're probably better off. At the end of the day, all computer graphics are triangles, like as far as all meshes go. But I would say it's best in most cases to use a height map for the world. That's how like Unity does its terrain, and in general, if you're using terrain, you're going to be using a height map and then a splat map on top of that. So you'd have like you know, you'd have one texture that is a grayscale, which encodes the height, where like the grays is the middle of the height. You know, like let's say we have a little smaller mountain here. White is like, or rather, I guess it's black from the beginning. So technically it's all black, and then, you know, you'd just fill this in. A little fun thing for all you guys who aren't familiar with the concept of a height map. But then you'd encode like, okay, this gray here is like halfway to white, so that's like a slightly tall hill. But then we have a mountain range here, and then here you have like a lowering of the mountain, and then maybe there's like a step, so it like goes in a gradient towards like black. Yeah. So it should be like tall mountain, slightly lower, and then even lower, and then this is like bottom of the barrel. But then you take this texture, right? You'd make another texture. You'd make another texture, and this is where things get fun, which would also be base color black. But this is called a splat map. So this is the height map. This encodes like the height of a texture of a terrain, right? Because you can just, if you have you can delete this. So if we have a plane here, and we just divide this into like super many cubes, like, you know, well, there we go. Now we have like super many cubes here. We're gonna be able to like pull on this to create like mountains. You see, I can pull with this on a certain strength. And imagine now that this image we've created is tugging on the pixels here in a way that makes the mountains go up. So here we have one piece, but maybe this should be like more constant like that, you know? There like one mountain there, and then we had the range here, which was like something like that. And this is even higher, and then we'd have a little bit higher, and then a tiny bit higher, you see? So that's like what the height map would encode, right? This would encode that, but then you'd have the splat map. And now the splat map is interesting because the splat map doesn't encode height. Instead, it acts as a texture filter. And it's filtering the texture through a shader that decides when to draw what texture. And as it happens with computer images, we often store computer images in RGB, and then in the case of transparency, A also. So red, green, blue, and alpha, right? RGBA. Now let's say that we want this splat map to have 4 textures, because we have 4 channels, right? RGBA. These are 4 channels that we can draw on, as well as black, which is like nothing as well. So technically, in that sense, we have 5 channels to use, right? If black encodes no texture, well, we can let black encode default texture. And then R can encode like grass. Or let's say black is grass, so by default, this is grassy now. Red encodes like rock. So we'll draw some rock on this mountain here. Have you written a splat map shader? I've not. I've just modified splat map shaders. And then, you know, RG green. So we'd take green and encode like some darker grass on this hill. And then B blue will have some little extra stuff on these like mountains here. And then you'd essentially, you know, using this splat map, you just have it projected onto this, and then now you're rendering textures, right? And you just sample all. I mean, the greedy approach would be sampling all 4 textures or 5 textures, because you have the black channel technically, all at once, and then depending on what color, you'd blend them in. That's not a super efficient approach because you're sampling 5 textures all at once. Triplanar, then you're sampling 15 textures. Kind of crazy, you know? You can optimize that, but yeah. It's fun stuff. And then you can have like alpha, so, you know, if we encode alpha here, let's say alpha is white. Technically white would be the mix of all of these colors, I guess. I think that's how it's still done. No, actually, that is not how... Unity does it like that, and most terrain shaders does it like that. Microsplat does not do it like that. It does a winner takes all. It does like... you can see in Penguin Heist even how there is a very little blending. It goes into more of a... Like, it will blend some partly, but it's not entirely as smooth, you see? Generally, one is the winner. And it gives like more sharper defined lines than you'll get in like the average Unity shader. You see, it becomes more pixelated as it blends here. And that way you don't have to sample all the pixels for all the textures for every pixel. You can like do some pre-compute there. Yeah. I mean, you do CPU branching and stuff. It's coded by Jason Booth. He does a talk about it, actually. You should look at that. I think Jason Booth... practical optimizations. He goes into the stuff he does with his shaders. I recommend looking into this. I mean, it's basic, like, data-oriented stuff, but he talks about the... clean code and... Let's see here. Yeah, he did work on Kerbal Space Program as well, I think.
And so that leaves us space for more features that we can add. So, you know, what you actually see.
But yeah, I mean, you can see here how he does like this greedy approach essentially, and he's talking about how overlaying textures leads to, I mean, you can just Jason Booth optimizations, that's it, and you'll find the video. But you can see, like, as the textures and the splats overlay each other, you get far more samples, and it just becomes unnecessary. And the optimizations he does here as well with like distance resampling. So like so many texture samplers just assume that all textures may be used all at once, and they're like, well, GPUs are so fast, they're so optimized. But it's like, no, like in this case, with distance resampling, well, you only need to sample the texture at a distance. So you just do the CPU branching there. And if you're not at this certain distance, don't sample the texture. And that ends up running faster. Which is, you know, a little thing to consider. But that's the thing, what he's talking about is practical optimizations, right? So these aren't optimizations with respect to, these are not optimizations with respect to advanced mathematics. These are optimizations with respect to practicality. Like, don't make the stupid mistakes. Well, the concept of the splat map is universal. So the idea is the same. But he talks about, yeah, I mean, with rock, I remember this one. He talks about Rock Band and how everyone was like thinking about all the kinds of weird tricks they'd have to do to optimize the game. Like, could they, you know, because it was like a next gen thing. It was for the 360 and the PlayStation 3 Rock Band. They're like, how do we get it to Rock Band to the Wii and the PlayStation? We're not going to be able to do it. And then the publisher is like, we need it before Christmas. And they're like, oh shit, how are we going to do this? And he comes up with the elegant solution of not doing any optimizations whatsoever, but instead just pre-recording the gameplay, like the live shows. Just pre-record all the live shows from the next gen games and just render that as video in the new gen games. And it works. You just remove the customization and just render the game as video. And he's just, yeah, I mean, he comes up with all these clever optimization tricks that are practical, not insanely ingenious. But you can see here, like, for example, his microsplat does 12 samples in base, triplanar 28 samples, distance resample 52 samples. So it's a magnitude of bandwidth you're saving here. And he talks about the biggest issue with optimization being wait, so are you hinting at that the splat map engine creates one texture with all the different textures? Well, it essentially tells you not to sample all the textures for every pixel all at once. Because that's what ends up happening in Unity's case. And with bandwidth is so precious, because it's not about like how much storage you can have, but it's about, you know, cache misses, and the more samples you have, it just goes crazier and crazier, right? And the CPU, I mean, the CPU is doing all kinds of stuff all the time. And so the more stuff you throw at it, and yeah, that's the thing, like the Unity base train was coded in 1897. I think it's 1987. Sorry, I think you made a typo there. 1987. But yeah, it's kind of an interesting talk. I think very definitely worth listening to. Even if you don't like do this stuff yourself, I think for just but I mean that's the technique, right? It's just a height map and a splat map, and then just sample the textures. Yeah. 1987. But like, because I mean it's a simple concept, right? Even crazier in 1897 for sure. The cowboys thinking about rendering. But that's what he did. So I think here he has the oversight. Yeah, so he talks about branching. So you branch by splat weights, and then you branch by like triplanar, stochastic, texture clustering, distance resampling. And he even mentions that people talk about how GPU branching is expensive. I think he even mentions that in this talk. But yeah, he gets the weights, sorts, and only samples the top 4 weights. So it throws away a lot of the samples, which is good. And you'll notice in performance of his stuff that it works. You can have huge terrains with microsplat. You cannot do that efficiently with Unity's terrain. It's gotten a lot better since instanced rendering, but before instance rendering, dude, it was crazy. Anyway, let's see what the frick this Ace Rolla. No, I don't. I did make all the assets. Well, I mean, me and that fish made all the assets. I don't know. I just watch so few YouTubers in general. I just watch World of Warcraft challenge slop. That's it. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll turn on the music. Yeah. It's weird. It's like, it's not... I'm setting the destination of him. Equals. See if this does anything. Nope. I don't get it. Why? I set the destination. But he does not want to go. Hmm. What the flip? No, I don't watch Ace Roll. I don't watch like any YouTubers really. The only ones I've been watching have been like the World of Warcraft hardcore challenges. I've been following some guy who's like crafting all his gear. That's it. I don't know when I last watched like a proper YouTuber. I mean, I feel like, you know, I see like people doing like spectacles and stuff on Reddit with like shaders and whatever, but I feel like unless it's practically applied, like if I can't practically apply it to myself, I'm generally not super interested. That's why, I mean, I like this guy's talk, Jason Booth, because it is, well, like dry, it is practical, and it's not really, it's not trying to wow you. It's more like, I mean, he's a guy who just works with this stuff professionally, and this is all he does, and I don't know. But generally, I just don't listen to much of other developers, I think. Yeah, I don't know. I think my my opinion on like tech vids got ruined when I saw, you know, like Danny or whatever. And there's so many of these like tech YouTubers that are just all spectacle, and it just like bores me. And then people, like, good on them, but I feel like it warps the view of what, like, how dry game development on average really is. Brackeys, yeah, I've never watched a single Brackeys video in my life, but everyone's like, oh my god, Brackeys saved my life. I don't watch him, but if something is completely new to me, it's a good reference vid. You should never just watch and copy. You need to research what he says in your own time. I think I've watched, as far as like tech YouTubers, I've watched the, what's his Code Monkey guy? I just get his videos on recommended when he pops up with like new Unity features or something. But I think that's really the only ones I watch. But even his videos are, you know, I mean, he's just selling his course or whatever it is. I wonder, do these work even in single player, or is it just broken in multiplayer? I need to see if these even work in single player. I think they might just be broken overall. Yeah, I think the one thing I wish I could have is ray casting. I want to do burst compiled raycasts, but I mean, I understand if that might not be super feasible. You'd have to copy the entire physical state of everything. Burst compiled raycasts. But does it actually perform better than non-burst compiled raycasts? Is it raycast command? No, but that's for that's for dots, right? That you can do that even in okay, you can do the same. Okay, I thought this was exclusive to ECS. Yeah, well, that's the thing. I could do it for the AI, and I don't have to like right now I'm essentially just batching stuff, which is, I mean, it's arguably not even that. I wouldn't call that optimization. Like if you're just batching stuff, because it still runs just as slowly as it did before. You're just spreading it across frames. It's perceived as optimized, but it's not really. So I would prefer multi-threaded over that, you know? If I can actually... Because it kind of sucks when you know that your code is just running as shitty and as poorly as it did before, except the only difference is you've now spread it out across a few frames. It don't feel good, man. Feels like it's not, calling for backup. Oh, probably playing on easy, am I? Right. Wait, is that? Yeah. A spin is going down. I mean, it's only spawning enemies there, yeah. There we go. Let's see, are they going to follow me or are they just going to stand still? Yeah, it seems like whatever issue is plaguing them in online is plaguing them in offline too. Code. Yeah, we got someone making a hoodie. Oh, I can't do it. Let's see. Yeah, it's taking a while, it seems. We'll let it sit for a while. I guess these are big files or something. We spawn the enemy. There we go, okay. Yeah, I mean, it seems easy enough. Yeah, I'll probably look into that. I think I need to do that with the cars, you see. Because I'm having to offload a bunch of the AI of the cars to the main thread. Because really all I can do is check distances between cars, which is not really enough. You want to do raycast as well. Because cars come in varying sizes. Yeah, exactly. Like, little bro doesn't want to follow me. He's too scared. Use a lightsaber? I don't have the lightsaber. See? He's just stuck. Yeah, well it's probably not an issue in my case. I'm not looking for pixel perfect raycasts. So I don't understand why. This shit's whack, dude. Like, there's nothing about this fella. Can I compare? Okay, we have this guy. Compare him to like a enemy, just the average enemy. Always follow. This guy's patrolling. He's gaining alertness. He has a navigation target. Wait, default player 1 terrain vehicle below ground aim lock. Yeah, okay. Okay, let's just do the debug style. I didn't see any valuable difference there. Yeah, looks about the same. Here's one. Is ragdoll that true for all of them? Oh, weird. $100 alertness. Yeah, I really don't understand this.
Because this guy's not recalculating anything. Enemy Stolfenskard. There's that fella. Forwards passing. Science and detection attacking. Wait, has player target is false there because I'm dead. But then it sets it again and then it's like, doesn't matter. Right, because they're not walking anywhere anyway. Yeah, okay, this is completely absurd. I have no idea. Is this like some... Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to take a break on this. We're gonna play Roblox. My mind is fried. We're gonna finish off this stream with some Roblox. I'm absolutely, utterly fried. And we're gonna play the epic Roblox game. The one that's, oh, not Roblox Studio. Close it. I'm gonna play my favorite game. The one I found yesterday. Dueling Grounds. This is high quality gaming, guys. You guys ready? Okay. This guy's got 19 wins. Dangerous man. Okay, we got this. Ah. I don't care. I'm developing Roblox games. Shit. Ah! I've literally never been banned
or doing anything like this, ever. That guy's standing still. Bleed. Oh shit. Little bro got me with the ult. Shit. Camper. Oh. What? That should have been a hit. Nah, he's got the ult. Got the ult, guys. Look out. Shit. He's gonna flame me. He's gonna flame me. Look out. Leave the room quickly. To reduce shame. Wait, can I buy stuff? I think I like the katana instead. I think I preferred the katana. Not gonna lie. You know it is. Got him. Hey, I know this is a real person. Shit. 1 second.
First Penguin Lord said, Corn gwyn meow meow el gato.
All right, I'm back. Let's just finish this off a little bit more. Okay. This guy sucks. This guy sucks. Deflectionist? Oh shit, that can't be good. Shit. He's really good. He's really good. Yeah, he's really good. How is his ranking so good? Who is this guy? Lol. Get good. I'm shit talking him. Yeah, he parries when if you win, I will sub. Yeah. He ah. Lol. Noob. Noble. Noob. Am I doing good or what? I'm doing really good. Like, this guy's supposed to be the master? Oh, you can parry that? Oh. Nope. Hey, I did really good. If I had that... Okay, I need to just, like, play calmly, I think. I think that's the thing. This guy, he was playing fast. If I just play calm, I'll nail it, I think. I just need to, like, find my zen. Right? I did really good. I did really good. Ah. Dude. Catching up. Oh. Hell, noob. You not good. Hell. Hell. I'm taunting him. I'm sending in L's and lols. Noob. Okay, let's go. Now we're even. Got him. Oh. He's noob tubing me. Yeah, got him. Oh man, taunting people in dueling grounds in Roblox. That's where it's at, dude. Oh man, this guy's about to get wrecked. Oh man, I feel bad for this. Yeah. Well, you're not so good. I mean, I'm trying to practice my parries on him. Okay, well, yeah. Nope. There we go. I'm just baiting him at this point, dude. Oh my god. Well, I think that's it for today's stream, guys. That went well. We did good. I'm gonna need to figure out this damn enemy AI shit tomorrow. Or maybe later today. We'll see, depending on what happens. Anyway, thank you all for tuning into today's stream. It's been good. It's been fun. We're gonna try to keep this up with the Roblox battles, I think, at the end of the streams. I quite like it. Holy shit. Oh, I thought that guy was really big. It was just perspective. Anyway. More fun to shit talk the ones that, you know, that sort of suck. Or other ones that are actually good. Because I'm somewhat, like, formidable. I'm not the best, but I can, you know, navigate around an arena. Anyway, I'll see you all around. Have a good one. See ya. Bye-bye.